Nice. Kind of glad there's no, like, update or anything, you know, like... Well, I get it's a new game, but you know, like some games, they have those little updates even if you got a physical copy. Because I literally just put it in the Switch without checking. Alright, autosave, really? I don't think any of the other ones ever had that. I always had to do it manually. Oh boy. Hang on, just gotta let it sink in. Oh. It's like when you let a steak marinate. Oh, it's marinating big time right now. Oh. Yo, how's it going, Jigsaw? I totally understand. Don't worry. Thanks for dropping in, though. And I do hope whenever you play, you enjoy the game, too. And I definitely want to, if you are streaming it, I definitely want to go back and see yours. I want to see your reactions. Oh, man. You found out your job offers completely free university programs? Yo! Only for certain degrees, and none of them are really what I would have wanted. Oh, that sucks. Would you consider getting a degree in IT with a focus on web design, since it'll be free, and maybe if you enjoy it, you can become your new... It could become your new intended career path. Dude, you should do it. Definitely. I mean, if it's free, you got nothing to lose. And IT, like, there's a lot of job opportunities with that alone. Web design specifically, yeah, definitely. Good luck. Let me see real quick. Oh, the music. Can we just talk about how good the theme is right now? Alright, we got subtitles on. Text skip off. Do I want text skip on? We're gonna leave it off for now. Wait, you can adjust the wait time? Excuse me? Adjust the length of time until the next line of dialogue. Oh! Oh! Oh, this game's already better than any of the others. Enable or disable the skipping of unread text in the main game. Escapades text is skippable from... I'm gonna leave it off for now. Oh, yeah, there we go. This is gonna be nice. Text box transparent. Oh, yeah, let's leave it on low. Let's leave it on low. Screen flashes. What does that mean? Should I have, like, a seizure warning? I'll see. You're definitely streaming? Alright, I'm definitely gonna check out your VODs. Field's growing by the second. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. English or Japanese? Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Wait, oh yeah, that's voice. Do we want Japanese voice? Let's hear what the English voice actors sound like, but we might swap it to Japanese later. Probably. Reader. Turn this on to change autoplay into story mode. What? I'm just gonna leave that off. It's weird. You never had options in an Ace Attorney game. Well, at least the older ones. Some of the newer ones. Yeah. Select adventure. Okay. Oh yeah, good duh, because there's 2 games in here. Resolve. Oh, I can't wait for that. Alright, here we go. New game. If you remember correctly. Oh, okay, gotcha.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors,
Ooh.
a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
Okay, here we go.
The revolution
The frickin' Titanic.
making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change.
This is gonna be cool.
And some was swept away by the tide.
It's gonna be neat just that it's all new characters, you know? Sad that we're not gonna see anyone we know, but, you know. Oh, someone already got shot. That guy's got an acorn for a head. Oh.
But for one man,
A student.
the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
You done did it now, sir. You're going to jail. The Adventures of the Great Departure, Episode 1. Okay. Oh, that's cool. It sounds so different. 22nd of November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber 5. Okay. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber, it's the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate. Highest court? Dude, you just shot someone. Was it like the prime minister or something? Dang. What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Runosuke Naruhodo. Oh boy, I'm gonna definitely butcher these names. Ryunosuke. Wait, Ryunosuke. That's probably the best I'm gonna get. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. Or Yumei? I don't know. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. Yeah, it's very biased. That's enough. Oh, hello. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. This guy just makes me think of Apollo Justice immediately because of the headband. It looks kind of cool though. Lawyer? Do you not know what that is? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Whoa, are you threatening this guy? Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. So it's like his best friend or something? And yet I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. I put him in his place. Right, Ryunosuke? Jeez, hang on. Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke. Okay. Oh, yes, of course, sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me. I didn't do it. You've only ever played the original Ace Attorney, so seeing these sprites move is unnerving. Oh, yeah, especially if you haven't seen the 3DS era. Oh, yeah. Wait, I mean, technically these were on the 3DS, but yeah. It's really cool, especially their costumes and everything. Just kind of like how his headband's just kind of waving in the wind, you know? I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. Yes, sir. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent. Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. Something's gonna happen in this guy. Something's gonna happen to him. I don't think he's gonna get the treatment as Mia. Wait, I wasn't reading that. Oh, great. It's not that impressive. Wait, hang on, let's look at the history. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. Okay. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. The qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma! It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. Ryunosuke. Oh, I was way off. I appreciate that. Ryunosuke or Ryunosuke? Okay. So you'll be representing Japan as you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you. I'm proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean, see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. You is pronounced like the word you. Ryunosuke. Yeah, this is all your fault. You're making me look stupid, not myself making me look stupid. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. I know what happened. This, like, this professor that he shot probably came and took his, like, tea cake or something. And you know, I want to bust a cap, too. Sogi, may I have a word? Who's this? Oh, hey! Oh, look at this guy. He looks like he's a Yakuza. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. You were pronouncing it wrong well before I stepped in, and you know, hey, come on! Yeah, you're right. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now, Sogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. Seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. He's probably a professor. What if he was like the headmaster or something? I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then. Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Okay, this is awkward. This is very awkward. He even said it! Oh no, I'm thinking like him. We're one and the same. If I may. Yeah, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensics medicine at Yume University. Okay. Oh, he did it. I'm calling it now. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Sogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. I love the background. By the way, it looks very pretty. Also, I can't tell, like, in the window, it looks like it's snow with, like, a little bit of grass coming out. I don't know if that's supposed to be snow or that's just light, because it could be just bright light. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Sogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that the permission will be revoked. What? And never granted it. Just because he failed one? Okay, what if I really was guilty, though? That would be screwed up. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. He shouldn't have taken our case then. I mean, well, obviously we gotta be innocent, but like, it's like a risk to him. I had a feeling Asogi must have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to pursue them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it! I swear it! I'm not a murderer! I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. Oh, what are we agreeing to? I do? But what will the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before? This man did it! Oh, this guy's evil! Even if he didn't do it, this guy is evil! Oh, heck nah. I don't like you. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defend it! The court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So, allow me to surmise. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Okay. This is it. This trial goes badly. Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. These bailiffs, they're crazy. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. Destiny, 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 destiny. 22nd of November, 9 o'clock a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Courtroom 2. I'm assuming because he's a professor, that's why we're in, like, Supreme Court. Either that, or, like, maybe back in the day, not many murders were happening. So this is a courtroom. Oh God, he looks like he's gonna poop his pants. Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in this land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. I'm waiting to see who's the like the pain of this game. I am ready to see who he looks like. I mean, wouldn't you be? I mean, I would too, but like, yeah, okay, you got a point. But I wouldn't poop my pants. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Powers that have, the powers that be have demanded that this be a secret. What? Oh, what? This is shady as heck. A secret trial? Trial that's close to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? Oh, maybe they came to see him. It'll be clear in time, but for now. Either A, they want to come see Kazuma, or B, this guy that died probably had like some type of military affiliation or something. You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh, look at him! There's Pain. Pain's out. Whoa! Why did Judge be looking younger? Where's the gray hair? The judge will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency!
As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Looks just like the first prosecutor from the first game. They kind of do that on purpose. Wait, I'm assuming this has to be like his ancestor or whatever. But They usually have him as like the first prosecutor in every game, or some variation of him. Yo, how's it going, JP? Now, normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? Oh! Oh, well, it's gotta... Oh! I gotta defend myself. Okay. That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will... Yes! How's it going? Oh, it's going good. How long are you gonna just keep your hand up? So far, our character's been accused of murder. And our friend wanted to defend us, but his mentor was basically saying, like, no, you should defend yourself. So we're doing it. But eating a buffalo chicken pizza? Ooh, that sounds good. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court trial that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? Buffalo chicken in general is just good. Whether it's by itself in a sandwich on a pizza. Mwah. What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not that, really. It's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... He's just looking out for you. Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Ooh, listen to that. Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Uh-huh. Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. He definitely, like, you could definitely see Phoenix in him. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Huh. His name's Achi?
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. Is it therefore my duty to assist your competence for the task you have undertaken? My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous. I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of R. Alright. Pressing it now, but it's not happening yet. If you've ever you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press R for the court record? Alright. There's no time to lose. There we go. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with R. There we go. You'll find the details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. Oh, I get to see everyone's age. Kazuma Sogi is 23. Yujin Mikotoba, 42. Taketsuchi Achi, the lead prosecutor in this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes the cultural information has brought about. Oh, and this has to be the guy. John H. Wilson. John H. Wilson. So some of these names will have like a pun in it or something. I feel like there's a pun here. I'm not seeing it. John H. Wilson. John H. Wilson. Johnny Wilson? Nah, I don't know. The victim in this case, he was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. Okay. Okay. So, remember everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press X to present. Try it now. Present!
Yes!
Yes! I can't believe he killed Wilson! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. He likes the ocean.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. That's why this is a secret trial. That's why, okay. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after a lengthy negotiation. Wow! And all it took was for one college student to mess all that up. Shut up, Cosmo. I'm defending myself. You shouldn't even be up on the stand with me. Oh, what the heck, man? Go get me a sandwich or something. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduate. I thought that said ingrades for a second. Undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor?
But I didn't do it. I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. It's not going to be a fair trial if we have to rush through it. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. Oh, that's great. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. Oh, this is screwed up. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. He gets like, you notice his eyes go like, bug-eyed. Fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. And you held a gun in your hand, too. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Later, loser. British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. And then he gets shot. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the crime, the cause of death. I got you, fam. 1 second. Wait, I got it. Whoa, that's my university collar pin. Oh, it's not our badge. Proof that I'm a student at the Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. Post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. Bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Okay. Cause of death. Well, obviously, that was, Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death, and select present. Do it now. Yes, sir. Oh, hey, you can click on it. Male British. Single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. All right, got it. Yes! Yes! Yeah, that ain't doing it for me. I need to take that or something. Yes! Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it.
Sorry, yes, that's right. That's, post-mortem report. In the West, the doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death at an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions. Oh! Well, geez, the crime investigation system in Japan kind of sucks then. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later, it's going to be on Tuesday's quiz.
So, this is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime.
Okay, so we've advanced enough to have photographs in this game. Got it.
You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
You love the animation of him ruffling through the papers frantically? Yeah, I agree. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Alright. He was shot from the front of the chest and subsequently died. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. Imagine the first time you see a photo and it's a picture of a dead body. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail's incredible. Very well, I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. What? Okay. Well, you're doing the YMCA. Is that what's going on here?
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of this case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
This is it, then. Huh. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Clearly, you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... I think he did it. I think he killed him and wanted us to represent ourselves. Only selfishly, so, like, we do a poor job and get ourselves the guilty verdict. Hell, I can still act as your assistant. Go get me a coffee right now, then. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Okay, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe he is a good guy, and I'm just kind of jumping to conclusions here, okay? I do that in anything, with video games, with movies, shows. I'm ready to jump to conclusions. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Pick me up some Krispy Kremes, assistant. That's all. What do you prefer? Do you guys prefer a clap or a snap? Like, come on, yeah, come on. I ain't got all day. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of your bewilderment and control the code sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first, I don't know, man. The headband makes him look cool. He's probably got a huge forehead. Whoa, hello there.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Ew! Whoa! Yeah, you might want to request the rest of the week off, sir. I think you got corona or something. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, Ew! And now he's just wiping it on the napkin! That's gross! Don't let this guy be your waiter. I'm not leaving you a tip if you're my waiter. It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should. I'm with Ryunosuke right here. Yo, Krisha, how's it going? Sir, please go to the hospital.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed by foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests.
That's pretty cool. If you look on his left arm, you can see the prosecutor symbol insignia on his little armband. That's neat.
This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants and Occidental eatery 3 days ago.
You leave a hefty tip and a note that says, "Please see a doctor. Here's the copay." Oh my gosh. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. Without coughing, I can get you a cough drop if you want. At once, sir.
And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Okay, can I take that fan and smack him with it? Perspiring maybe, but aspiring, yeah. Oh man, keep your arms down. He's probably got pit stains for days. It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at the time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there was only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. Oh, he's coughing. Please wash your hands. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. Crockery, not cock. Whoops. Crockery. Assistant, get me a face mask and a cough drop for the witness. Oh man. Gosh darn it. Moving on. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. What if Hosonaga did it? And the only reason why is because Wilson's like a terrible tipper. And he's like, oh yeah, I've had enough of this guy. This guy acts like a Karen up in here. And he doesn't tip well. I'm shooting him. Yo, can we talk about how good that steak is behind him? Wait a minute. If there's a steak behind him, there was someone sitting at that table then behind him. I'm pointing that out now. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Yes! Wait, no, don't agree! Don't agree to that! That was a dream when you worked in a restaurant. Wait, what? wait, what was a dream? Shooting one of the customers? Hold on, let me clarify something here. Killing poopy customers. Ah, okay. You get your revenge in your dreams. I like it. Well, I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor. I didn't shoot him. There's probably someone under the table. I'm calling it now.
Objection!
Someone dropped their fork, went under the table, and shot the man.
I believe I actually refrained from petty interjections.
Also, what was that objection sound he made? I gotta hear that again. That was weird.
The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur.
But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhado. Don't worry, Yunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For legal reasons, that's a joke. Got it. Anyone watch any cops watching like the playback of this VOD later on? Was a joke. Was only a joke. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today.
Ew, please! That's not ketchup on your face, I'm sure. Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
There was someone sitting beside the victim. No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased and Englishman and the university student. Then who was in that background eating a frickin' ribeye? That's what I want to know. And also, how did they get it cooked? It wasn't good. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? Oh yeah, maybe I should be paying attention. There's no one else around that table. What's the matter, Yunosuke? Wait, hang on. The steak is in the picture! I didn't realize this was actually the photo they were showing us earlier. I thought that was just like... Oh, yep. Yep. Oh, that looks well done to me. That looks burnt. Oh, no, they could have it. They could have it. That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello... Oh! There was a woman. Oh. There's a woman sitting opposite him at his table. It's Mrs. Peacock, isn't it? Of course you'd kill someone at a dinner table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? The thing that sucks here is, we can't... I'm gonna wait and see. Because, like, they're not gonna believe us because we're the accused, you know? Magnifying glass up to a photo. Yep, that sure is a steak. I'm gonna wait. Plus, they said I was gonna be in trouble. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, your parents tell you to study. You're the kind of man who would digitally get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. Never have gotten into Yume University otherwise. Yes, I see. This steak is a steak, is it not? But you can't always just follow the rules in life, you know? If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you scared me. I won't forget that piece of evidence in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it. Yes! Just a moment, please! Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Objection! Objection! Why does it sound like you got a grape stuck up your nose?
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
I'm a student. That should give it away right there. But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? Because he does. No. He just got one right up in his schnauzer. Schnauzer. Schnauzer is a dog. That's besides the point. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. It was a ghost lady. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look at— No! That red X is probably your blood smear. Can I please get this sanitized before I collected it as evidence? Well, let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. What do you mean by that? Like you coughed up blood? Turbulent? Not like I'm in a plane and there's turbulence. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. That doesn't prove anything! First of all, that's going off your memory alone. Second of all, you could be lying.
I'm just saying.
Well, you're clearly a very considious waiter. Thank you, sir. It just showed chairs. Yeah, you're right. Wait, oh, I don't have it yet. Shoot. The court will take this plan and add to the court record as evidence. Well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. I wouldn't call that. Oh, he's gonna die right in court. Ew. Do you guys just want to hear 5 hours of this guy coughing? Something clearly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. Okay, please stop. I can't take the coughing.
So, the court has now heard a priestess of the case.
Okay, hang on. So this is the kitchen, it said. This is the entrance. Yeah, like, it doesn't show who was sitting at what table. It just shows this guy got shot. Wait. So does that mean this table was the table that had the steak then? So Mystery Lady's here. If she did escape somewheres, maybe she, like, there's like a secret wall right here. Also, man, this thing lets you zoom in a little too much if you ask me. Okay. Also, shut up, Mike. Yes, at the moment of the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here, with a little bit of red blood on the card. Defendant Naruhodo. Wait, we gotta see this guy's age, by the way. Speaking of black and white, this guy is all black and white and red, because he is not 29 years old. What? That guy's gotta be in his late 30s at best. The head waiter at the European-style restaurant La Carnival. He was serving there in the day of the incident. Nuh-uh. I'm giving this guy like an older, like, butler voice, and this guy's just a few years older than me. You know, I played the Ace Attorney games back in high school, so like every character was pretty much older than me, except like Maya or whatever, and that felt good. And as I get older and I'm playing these games, now everyone's younger than me, and I don't like it. Yes, Your Excellency? If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment.
He's clearly chronically ill, which can age you quite a bit. Oh, yeah, I didn't think of that. That would make sense.
I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of this case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene.
I thought there was no other witnesses! What? Also, don't threaten me with that fan. I will literally chuck it at your head. He's worried. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? Why has this witness been allowed to testify unsworn? Yo, I didn't even think of that. You're right. What? He could be lying. Battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. This whole trial is a sham. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Man, we have yet to even, like, cross-examine anyone yet. Indeed. Prosecutor Orchi, please continue with proceedings.
Well, you were warned. Young can be so reckless.
Wait. How old is he? I gotta see real quick. Hang on. Oh, he's 51. Okay.
You know, many call me a saint, but I could be a devil when I want to be.
I don't think anyone but your mother probably called you a saint. And that's only because you probably helped her, like, make cookies one day.
In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever.
Kazuma, you're not my lawyer!
The prosecution calls its next witness.
I like that emote, by the way, of the child. Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. What? Oh my god, that guy looks like the frickin' dude from, like, Atlantis, the Lost Empire. Oh my god.
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
That looks just like him. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army's Sergeant Aisa Nosa, reporting for duty, sir. And that guy's got an acorn head.
Myself.
Wait, I gotta think of like a way to give him an old man voice. Someone gives you a sub to this guy now using the emotes all the time. You resub to him because he does. Oh, he does SAT speedruns. Yo, nice. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, humble premises in the 2nd District, Kirio Korkuta, at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier? What an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
It must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curious with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. Oh, those are cute. I like those. Huh. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. Yo, don't you have to go find Atlantis right now? Did anyone else just hear a baby cry or just? Well, y'all heard that too, right? There is a baby in the courtroom. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. I sure did. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise. Oh, there's a baby on his back, I bet. There, you saw the red sash, right? The red X-Knot. I realized when I was doing the red sash thing, it looked like I was doing like the X-Knot symbol. So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. Soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. He's a bunch of babies in a trench coat. Yo, we solved the case. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Standing... Can you please put your baby in the nursery or something? Why did you bring a child? Standing by, ready to report, sir.
Unsavory memories of a most, acerbic afternoon. Acerbic afternoon.
Bunch of babies with guns. He did it. The babies did it. What the witnesses saw. So this is a lot like Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, where you have multiple witnesses at the stand at the same time. Was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant. Oh, it was yours. Okay. The restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself? I extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden Kuro in the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Can someone grab a pacifier or a bottle of milk, please? The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously obscure and precious Kuro.
Yo, how's it going, Ken? You're purple. What the heck? What the heck? You're purple. 2 bosses down? Nice. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, was actually witnessed the vital moment? You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim? Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. Whoa! Old man with the knife. Old man with the knife. He did it. It was the babies with the gun and the old man with the knife as backup. Also, did he just break his glasses? Did he only have one lens this whole time? It's a modern day monocle, I guess.
What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day.
I don't know what type of old man voice to give him. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. Yeah, you never touch evidence. Especially if it's a weapon. After I'd say hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then when I finished, I got up from the seat to leave the restaurant. And I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Did you not hear the gunshot? I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down and just as I was picking it up, what if he accidentally shot it? Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these 2 witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There it is. Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty.
All this just to figure out he did do it just by accident.
It's time to bring that despicable student to justice.
Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. Yeah, you gotta say objection. You can't be saying yes. I don't like it. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination.
Dear me, let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic.
Huh? How did he know?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
See, that's how you frickin' do it! You do it like Cosmo with the objection! The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Oh? Yeah, put him in his place. Cosmo is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now, let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. I like how his hair moves a bit whenever he moves. You just see a little flap of the bangs or whatever. Alright then, it's all or nothing. Let's go! Let's hear the music. Okay, I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Let me see my evidence real quick. One sec. Okay. He was shot at the front in the chest and subsequently died. See, here's the thing. It says 2 p.m. What does this guy say? Showing the virtues of a particularly fine Golden Kuro, the military gentleman. That precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly... Oh, here we go. Bam, bam. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Wait, was caused by a loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. Shows that he was shot from the front. Oh, here we go. Objection!
Yes!
Yes! No, I need objection, not a yes. Objection on the grounds that streamer eats poop. I do not eat poop. I have evidence. No statement. How's it going, Arbiters? What? What are you playing at, Cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Trusting some photographic print of my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here.
What nonsense! What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know?
Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
Huh. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
Alright, sounds good, dude. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. Couldn't be more plain. Spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what?
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense. But there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant Aisa Nosa. That's gotta be a plan. Aisa knows her? I don't know. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. Also, this music is good. I haven't like talked about like the music yet. I like this theme right here. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian. From the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed a crime with my own military-grade eye, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Man, you need to learn how to do this, sir. Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? What? Oh, look at the baby. What the? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Ooh, this is so good, this music! Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak. Are you sure it wasn't about your child?
What?
Last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Ayesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
That's absurd.
Think that the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom.
Ah!
Oh, I got a little award. Inconsistency Seer. Awarded. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But that definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
That when he says yes, it sounds like he's agreeing with the statement. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Oh, myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interests me not. I was far too busy on the floor. What were you doing on the floor? Oh no, this man fell and he was waiting for life alert. I have your baby's nose, dude. Wait, oh, was this baby's like all drippy? Oh, I didn't see that. Too busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Oh, indeed, the Hoikura era Koban, my prize coin. On each occasion when I visit the restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Razute, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was... Oh, wait, hang on. We gotta see how old they are. One second. This guy's 38. Army Sergeant of the Empire of Japan who witnessed the incident. Owner of Rasute, an antique shop situated on a street corner in the 2nd District. 67. He's the oldest. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not. But I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes to the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The baby took it. The baby probably took it.
The Koban vanished?
Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. Why is this guy talking like Yoda up in here? And then it happened? I kind of want to do a Yoda voice now. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my abscond Hoi treasure. Nothing could distract me. Please do it. I gotta think of how Yoda sounds. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the inn? Oh, no? I see.
That lamentable day, the precious...
Wait, I'm trying. Why does doing that help me? The lamentable day. The precious Hoi Koban was lost. Literally, that's all I needed was just to read. No doubt about unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the boy's kind for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case deems a swift and decisive resolution. You're welcome, thanks. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. Yeah, that proves none of them were paying attention. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it'd be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ulchi?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there's only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhado.
What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Yeah, why would we trust the witnesses? Exactly. Like, they already, like, proven the old man was looking for something on the ground. The other guy has a baby. He's interested in the baby, you know, because he's a dad. Wait a minute. Wait. How old is that guy again? Oh, never mind. He's young. He looks older than he is. I thought he was in his 50s for a second. Like, yo, you got a baby in your 50s? Good luck. Never mind. He's young. Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You'll thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
That's clear as Eureka Glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify again, sir. I like how now it's canon that the two witnesses are frickin' Yoda and the guy from Atlantis. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name? Aido. Aw. It seems those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Aido. Attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Ew, he is a snotty child. Watch and learn, my boy. Oh, the back of Nosa's back has to be covered in snot. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes. Pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. That young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Indeed. Alone he was, the Englishman. Dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. Ew! Wipe up his nose before Micah barfs up buffalo chicken and before I barf because he barfs buffalo chicken. Because snotty nose baby. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection! If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies.
As long as we're not listening to the old man, his fantasies, yeah, I'm fine. The prosecutor I'm talking about, not Yoda.
It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Someone ate the steak!
Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there's only one place.
Maybe she was, like, not hungry and ordered nothing. That happens. I go to sit with people while they eat and order nothing. We do want to hear Yoda's fantasies. Oh no. Certainly, based on the appearance of the sprint, it'd be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. Cole add this new photographic evidence to the record. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. Are we sure that's the victim's table, though? I don't understand. What's going on here? I really want to believe that, like, what if this scene was, like, acted? Especially because I'm only going off the fact that the Yoda guy said he goes at noon. 2 o'clock could be noon. It could be, like, afternoon he meant. But if he means literally noon at 12 p.m., then they could have, like, redid it. I don't know, like, reenacted it. And then, I don't know. Well, no, because then that would have to have been before he died. Okay, never mind. It's just not possible that nobody else saw the woman. Was carbonation a thing? I think it's at least 100 years before the Ace Attorney games. I don't know if it's more than that or not. But yeah, I don't... You're right. What the heck? Later before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. That's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It seemed... Hey, you know what, guys? If no one else saw her, I guess you could say that Wilson was on a blind date, huh? That was a good one. You gotta admit, that was a good one. It seemed that we were able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness's testimony we had just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Aochi, will have contributed to the enmity of these two great empires is an honor.
Oh, Phoenix does that same move, that same, thing. Gesture, or whatever you want to call it. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Oh, that was him dogging. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now's your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth, and your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times.
Okay, I don't think we have anything. I think we might need to, like, well, let me look at the picture real quick. I don't think there's anything we can really present at the moment. Oh. Okay. What about the flowers? See, here's the thing. Does it not look like the same table behind him? Oh! Wait, look at the position of the fork. It's literally the table behind him. Okay. Pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was a young lad in black. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman dining all by himself. Okay. I want to press at this, because he's saying I was pointing the gun at him.
Yes!
Yes! Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor.
Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away.
I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. At exactly that moment, bang! A gunshot rang out in my ears. What of events beyond our control life is? Sorry, what do you mean?
In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas, conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains myself, I did see you.
with pistol in hand, standing over the foreign.
Okay. Visual search of the premises at the time confirmed we were the only personnel present. Yes! You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
As you've been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ears. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
Ugh. Only there have been more people dining there at the time, and someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. Quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. It's what you expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. Krisha, comedian, calling y'all out right now. Wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, that was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It seems that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Hota Clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident.
So, the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case.
Wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Huh? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Yep. Get it as evidence. Ask for it to be submitted.
Yes!
You never say no to evidence. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they're a concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's the most disturbing trend.
Yo, that's meta. Time out. Real life. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Alright. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you.
Day after the festival?
Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korikuda-san.
Yeah, this is part of the Phoenix Wright games. It's like a prequel of sorts. It's about his ancestors. Alright, let's take a look at this. Oh, but don't present. Okay. Can't examine it. Okay, I guess we'll just keep pressing.
Yes!
Yes! So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, was dining alone?
That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in.
So, the testimony of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statement as well. As can clearly be seen, there's only a single beef steak on the victim's table, a meal for one.
No! The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. Yeah, that'd be a real conspiracy if that was the case. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. If no one other than... Okay, let's press that.
Yes.
Why aren't you telling the truth? What? What did you say, Cadet? I clearly remember... There's a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Wait, is the baby in the... Oh no, I was curious if the baby would appear in the, the court records. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed? But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right.
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole property of this phantom lady.
But I...
And if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof.
Man.
And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It's a blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that. Okay, I need to go press the first statement now. Excellent work, Ryosuke. We've gleaned some new info now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. Can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are ones that you may examine. It wouldn't let me do that before, did it? Hang on. Yeah, it wouldn't let me. Oh, I guess they wanted you to see this, but whatever. First, you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use R. Oh, okay, cool. Gotta see the back of that. To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. Using L. Ooh, okay. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. The crosshairs start to pulsate. Press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use R, L, and A to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious. There we go. It's gotta be something on the back. It says Hana Clinic on this medical report card. Hey, look, that's cool that they show them. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Brr, I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. It's gotta be on the back. Oh, he went to the dentist. Okay. So this is probably proving that he didn't eat any food. Looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of a long-time treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. I can't imagine going to a doctor. I mean, as long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So, you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine. They give you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. I mean, he ain't wrong. You sound like a model patient. A bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter and medicine indeed. Healthy curiosity. Oh, there's more pages. Okay, okay, okay. It's a bit blurry. Let's have a look. Is this some kind of medical history? Ah, there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? Meaning he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas? That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe that there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure. There we go. Under aesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Okay, I just need to point out... I need to figure out when to point this out. This new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Alright, let's see it. So I think probably him dining alone. I think it's that part. Let me make sure. Okay, hang on. No one other than... Okay, yeah. It's gotta be this one. He was dining all by himself! No, he was not!
Yes!
Yes! Well, I think,
What are you wondering, lad?
Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Yunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully. You knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Fukuda-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim.
I see. And
I don't see. What of it, boy?
Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement... Oh, that was weak! Oh, that was a puny little slap on the table. Oh, we gotta train on that, okay? Well, we'll practice after we clear your name. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Dear me, have you forgot my word so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish dribble.
But...
Let's see if I can explain it in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
Ugh. But that's... Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard has been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simplest reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have...
Shut him up! This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst half petrified me, boy! Of course I believe it! How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hata Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Saying you need some dentures, sir. Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted.
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Yup. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? Well, what's he doing at a restaurant? Think about that. It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't.
Kurkuda-san.
What, boy, what?
you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No? Additionally, there's more? You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. Oh, there you go. That was a powerful slam. But that cannot possibly be the case. Ugh. Because the victim, as we know now, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Ah! Expertly done, partner. I like you can see the baby.
Objection! What? What is this nonsense, you little...
I didn't read that. Hang on. Let me, Upstart, okay.
These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. As you can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
He wasn't the one eating. Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Nice one. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been the victim himself, me, the 2 witnesses, and as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. We yet have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. Ah! We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push further through a ruling at this stage, it's gonna cut them. We will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma,
are you insane? You would take on the government?
Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have issue with them, those 2 witnesses in the stand. They know something. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the 2 of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing.
Complicit in murder?
No. And the baby's gonna be fatherless while you're in jail. No, negative. There was no mention at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. From who?
That's right. As the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman.
And that's they told. Who told y'all that? I mean, spill the beans now, Yoda. Oh, what? What did you just say, Kuda?
Oh, no.
You were just following orders?
Now hold on, lad. I was,
Say you never saw the gentlewoman? You say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection! What? What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements?
How did you not know that?
Is this true, you pair?
Oh. Just the one. Just the one simple slip of the tongue. Bam, bam, bam. Busted. Order! Order! Council, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You try to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
Well,
That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. You know, Skip, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with a considerable influence. However, I don't believe Archie had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could have only been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. And it's one of them. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. It's gotta be like either the military or the government. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? Before? We examined the piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Do they want me to examine it now? Oh hey, we can examine everything. Let's see what they say. Ah, the symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like this spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although, it does cause problems. Lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. Perhaps that was the idea of one of the founders? Sharp pen for a sharp mind or something? His little badge number? Okay. Oops, I didn't mean to push the button. I meant to back out. Okay. Photograph. Maybe the picture itself. Oh, wait. Now we can examine this. And I couldn't see the back of it. Ha ha ha! Chief Inspector. Excuse me? There we go. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hasanaga? Well, yeah, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hasanaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Brewer. Yeah. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have had a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here. Alright, there we go. He wasn't a waiter at all.
please, wait. Your Excellency, I have no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing.
What does the defense have to say about all this, well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... you!
Yes!
Yes! Well, surely that would be... Satoru Hasanaga-san. Hasanaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
What? If he truly were?
Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. Truth about Satoru Hosanaga's real identity as proven by this evidence. Oops. I wish A was the, like, present button and not X, but whatever. Plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes. It's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Okay, calm down there. Somebody please explain this overexcited student is trying to say. Yeah, he needs help. Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. That card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau, there we go.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you've seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Oh, it's him himself, ain't it? Mr. Coffin Man, the waiter, yep. Inspector Hosonaga? What'd you look like behind them glasses, sir? I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusual, careless mistake.
So, you mean to say you really are a detective?
I feel like as a prosecutor, he would know that. Just because usually like prosecutors and detectives work together. Why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course. Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. So incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? Terrible food. He's actually a health inspector. That'd be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We've just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. Is that indeed true? Clearly, you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Man, coughing and lying. Why am I not surprised? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. Wait, what? Oh, I thought he like just got shot just now in court. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, who I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Oh, okay, so it's a higher up. Special orders? You mean to say... Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. Well, that's messed up. But what if the Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. What if it's like the Queen of England or something? And that's why they didn't want her to be, like, recognized. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationships with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. Not tonight, Ken. An Englishwoman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. Yeah, you're gonna let an innocent man get arrested when she might know what's up. Man, this is screwed up. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Cosmo? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. I'm fairly certain that one of them studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory is a young Englishwoman. Ooh. So there's a chance that it could be her. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you were the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. Do you mean I removed the woman from the scene of the crime? I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university's professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. I don't see the pun in that name. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory at the Yume University's medical faculty.
What? What is happening here?
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. I mean, this is kind of like a very gray area of law, you know? Very well, my thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been unpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a discretion of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection! But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the new deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such action.
Calm yourself, Counsel. We'll not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Aha! Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir? You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. More like Jezebel, she shot someone, you know what I'm saying? At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going up against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, I don't know, he still seems shady to me. It's my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem. Oh, please stop. Nothing will get in my way. Well, why are you still standing around? Sir, go get it. Go get the lady. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency.
Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. To be continued. Oh man. I had a feeling this would be like a long first case.
Save my progress.
Yes. Wow, look at that. 4 save slots. Oh, this is unheard of. There's never been a Phoenix Wright game, an Ace Attorney game with so many save data slots. How'd you get in here? My dog has come to see me. 1 second. Come see. Hang on. I'm gonna take off your collar. This is gonna be jingling all day. There we go. 22nd November, 11:38 a.m. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. Alright, yeah, just point it all out. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, I started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, student from the Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him. Like I've been saying all— Oh, she's his mistress. We solved the case. Yes, you have, haven't you? I may not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up— So there must be another gun then. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Wait, what? Fast thinking about the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Okay, so— Oof. Could be many things that happened. Oh, there you are. Well done, both of you. Oh, it's him. Professor Mikotava. Well, I seem I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I want to avoid a situation that might have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. Yeah, he's a nice dude. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma, I mean, I'm sure we're probably going to be sent overseas. Well, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna let my dog out the room. There you go. Okay, sorry about that. He's ready to leave. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. Let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau wanted to extraordinarily lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. It's fine, it's just Payne's, ancestors. I'm not worried about him. I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. You do know he ain't representing me, right? Should be telling me good luck. Defend it, Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I've been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. Yeah. And if I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Ooh, I like this song though. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Okay, let's look at the wallet first before we agree to that. Supreme Court. Judicature Court. Courtroom. Okay, whatever. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ochi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry. Let the government scrutinize, that's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from the trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders?
Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. There you go. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with a great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
But you're throwing people under the bus. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student. No one who could arguably stand harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of Terra.
You little brats!
Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuit of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency.
Alright, let's see her. She cute? Oh, she got a goose? Or a swan. Oh, she is a swan. Look at that. Ooh.
Well, what a delightful it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
She's already given me a bit of, what's her name? What's her name? Dolly vibes. Tea? Someone bring English tea? In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. Oh, she's a silent person, I see. She ain't gonna do any of the talking. My name, not you! My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I thought he was speaking for her. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnaval.
Yes, we all know about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, what are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yeah, I think I did, didn't I? Yeah, your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
She ain't gonna show her a face, is she? Oh. Wait, what? Okay, I mean, she's speaking English. Makes sense.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but...
What? Blah 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 blah. It's funny making fun of the English language. Lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Huh. You obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnaval, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? What's she gotta say? Did you do it? She says she did it. She says yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. That's gonna be a long trial. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be as kindly as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your replacent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna fall asleep at this point. Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Oh, okay, she ain't saying that. You're lying. Get another translator. I demand another translator right this instant. Order in court.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here, we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Oh, it looks like it's clear now. And he's lying. Clear who our real enemy is. Yeah, that's not what she said. Fortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Yeah, I don't believe any of this testimony right now. What happens if I want to press on this. I hadn't arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. What? Okay. Hosonaga, you're on my hit list now. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Alright. This is the farce.
Yes!
Well, okay. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard! And look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
Still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're sounding goated like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I'd let her go. Testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there's nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Yeah, she could hide one in like her hat, for example.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot.
I've never heard that word before. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. It's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress. Whoa! You gotta be a gentleman in this moment, dude. Don't think about doing that. Anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we would need to pull her testimony apart. Time to press everything. Oh, that's an evil smile. The defense will now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Gonna prove she's lying. Gonna prove I'm right. Gonna prove she fired a gun and my descendant's name is right. Oh, we don't. I was really hoping to press like her talking. All right.
Yes.
After 2 p.m., in fact, that's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue, isn't that right?
No.
Ah!
A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems, so it's apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic! What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? She's got something hiding in that hat, and I'm ready to expose it. First, I was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak.
Yes!
How did you get it cooked? I need to know. He was unable to eat, you say? Now it's because he just had a tooth removed at the Hana clinic, right? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? You didn't even finish? Oh, what a waste. That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left.
Dear me, what a harrowing experience! To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? That's all he could drink. Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? Yeah, it's meaningful, because... First of all, that doesn't look like water, but also, there's only one glass. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing?
Beep, 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 beep. Significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Huh. Well, step aside, counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Hey, how is she able to, like, change facial expressions on the mask? That don't make sense. Gladly, she said. Is that what happened? It looked like the eyes changed on the mask. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. Could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. You mad. I ordered a beefsteak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. Alright. Yeah, then why is there only one glass?
Yes!
Yes! That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this printing showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is... it's odd. Very odd.
Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Alright, you shut up over there, Peanut Gallery. You're not even involved in this case anymore. You know nothing. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. So if that's true, they're drinking from the same cup. No, what if one of them just drank from the bottle? There should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah. You're quite right, Council. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over a minute? What possible difference does the presence of or absence of a glass make on the case?
Well, the glass is missing. Minute, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But it would make sense. There should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. She lying. How is she able to give input? That would imply she understands Japanese. Spectre, what did the lady say? She wouldn't have any idea what we're talking about right now. It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I've been there at all. Ah, yeah, right. Good gracious. Let me see your face, please, lady.
Sorry. Sorry.
There we go.
There, as I assured the court before, this is no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that the student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray?
That's absurd.
Oh, really? So, do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief?
Yes. What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. It can be put down to murder. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene.
Beep, 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 bop.
It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Can we see the handbag? Gentlemen, open up your pockets. Gentlemen, empty up your pockets. Ladies, open up your purses. Whoever has the gun is the real murderer. And it's her. She's got one in her purse. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England.
So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes down to nothing.
Are we so sure?
No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed. Lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Sure. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. I mean, it's our only lead right now. I think we gotta say it does have meaning. You want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. There's a deeper significance there. It's the handbag. What else does she have in there? Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. Oh, yeah, I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. Come on, you gotta start slapping that hard, dude. If you're not feeling the pain in your palm, you ain't doing it right. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that, too. Exactly.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. And they didn't fire the gun. We can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting.
All I'm gonna say is, it's very ballsy that she even decided to try to murder this guy. Not only broad daylight, but at a restaurant where there was a few patrons there. She's ballsy. Inspector Hasanaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! No! Or in her tail feathers. Order! Order! Order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
Meaning of what, Prosecutor Alchi?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, she now has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? She ain't gonna be happy. Oh my god, she poisoned him. That's what it is. Sir, you got a little bit of a... Oh, just a little bit of ketchup on your face. Oh, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because... it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I have to thank the student lawyer, really. For what? I have a piece of evidence here that I completely forgot. Oh, how convenient! Man's pulling out evidence from his butt! This photographic print. Oh, it's see-through. Oh, I don't believe that. There could be something on the back. There could be like a secret compartment or something. What's that tattoo? Looks like a cow or something. Or a bull. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I'd never. You could see right through to what's inside. That's right, apparently Hishwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So, there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Oh, you sly devil. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Yeah, that's not good. I like how they're just looking at him. Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Photograph of the handbag. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. You are gonna wait right there, sir, because I want to look at the photograph. What's with this cow tattoo? That's gonna come into play, obviously, but like... yeah, okay. The court has now been shown considerable evidence, as the photographic print just submitted to the court record appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed, there's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
No! Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? There's gotta be something we can do.
I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weaker meet while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. The fact that you can chew on your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Well, he didn't take the case, though. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance of now turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we were able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Ooh, a slam. Wait! Your Excellency! Ryunosuke! I don't think you can rule on this case yet. On what grounds exactly?
This amateurish is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial's over, he gives his ruling. That's the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Yeah, we're changing that right now. Oh, hey, look at his hand. Your Excellency, just a moment ago, you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean. Then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at the photographic print. All it shows in the handbag is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
It's the hand with the bull tattoo. Better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. I only can put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You'll identify for the court what in the print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. I mean, really, it's gotta be the tattoo. That's literally the only other thing.
Yes!
Look at this here. It's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly, that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he did note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
I mean, what else could it be? It looks like an upside-down cow head or whatever. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Achi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. She has nothing on her that looks like that either. I don't know. I'm really at a loss here myself. Excuse me, Your Excellency. I see Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. She ain't getting away. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to price the shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Council. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Oh, you shut up. You haven't done anything all court. Indeed, I'm afraid without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. Alright, hang on. Oh, could it be the pin? No, that doesn't make sense. Let's take a look at it again real quick. Okay, so it looks like an upside down cow head. Anything here? Oh, look at that! There it is. The upside down cow head. Okay. But if we had evidence? Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. So he must have put his wrist on it or something. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Okay. Let me make sure I'm bringing the right one. Yeah, there we go. The cow head.
Yes!
Bada boom! What's this, Council? And another print? Yes, Your Excellency, I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would really be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have such that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
Oh, will you quit interrupting people? You're just prolonging the trial even more. You want to get the info to Britain? Well, you better shut up.
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason of the victim's burn? Right here, right there.
Yes!
The beef steak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Oh!
Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on this plate. I guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Inosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. And why? I want to know that.
Objection!
Oh, will you please stop? But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not.
Oh, come on, really?
Could have been the day before, or the day before that. Most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
sadly, Prosecutor Achi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? Oh, yeah. Can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. Although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I have not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yeah, he's definitely not getting the tip. Just saying. There, you have it. Something isn't right there. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before, because he was dead already. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day. That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. And the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would have, without question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Achi?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So, the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Minosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we arrived at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn in his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from one in particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already dead?
Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness!
How does this happen? So he was already dead? Order, please, Counsel, explain the absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot?
That's right, that's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Achi, it's you who have no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about... Okay, what I don't get is, if that is the case, Ryosuke was already talking to him. So like, was it like he talked with him, then he died, then he picked up the gun, and then the gunshot happened? I guess. Or what else could have happened is she killed him earlier, and whoever he was talking to was someone else, and they just kind of like reenacted it and tried to use him as like a scapegoat to frame somebody, you know? It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible! I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you have to get to your luncheon engagement.
But Your Excellency,
And she heard that. She knows. She understands English and Japanese. Okay? Just saying. The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What you gotta say? You displeased over there? Oh, why are you smiling? What was that smile?
Yes, of course.
She's finally speaking in Japanese.
I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially, it helps relations between my country and yours.
Miss Brett? You speak Japanese?
Well, of course I do.
I guess she's British, but I want to give her like a Southern Belle like voice.
I am studying in your country after all.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
Wow. Wow. This lady, okay. She needs to be knocked down a peg or two.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So, I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you, all on your own level.
Well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this. This lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. Finally get to the truth, so we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Rinosuke. Leave! Zam, leave! Go! Leave! Oh shoot, he made me. I would leave, like literally leave. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh, hi and bye indeed. Appreciate it, Zam, appreciate it. Oh man. He said staying for literally 5 seconds. Can't wait to start this. I'll have to talk with him later.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court history. Thank you. Easy does it.
I hope that is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue.
Wow, that's rude. How dare you say that in someone else's country like that?
Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Not at all. It's delightful merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clearly from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant.
I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
The Minister of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett. Put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. Alright, let's do it. Sure, I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Time to press everything. Oh, he's getting serious. Yeah! Let's go, Rinosuke. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with cross-examination. I like how it's swords, by the way. I never noticed that there was like little blades on the thing. Fortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. Is there some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace? Please do show me. Of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Alright, let's read this.
Yes!
She testified before you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Here's the thing, if it was close range, there would be like an imprint, right? I think there was on its... Hang on, let me take a look at that. Yeah, I guess there's some residue. Okay.
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, do you remember? Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Dang you! I've had enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you.
I think it meant the exact opposite.
Anyway,
So I guess when it's all fancy like that, that's supposed to be like English. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed on the other possible cause of death. Okay.
Yes!
How do you know about this? This is written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
yes.
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there is no other signs of trauma on the victim's body indicates some other cause of death. It can only have been the bullet from your gun that put it into this innocent man's life.
But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it hadn't cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. If the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Alchi is right. Ugh. Let me go press the first statement real quick. Well, actually, let me press this first. Without leaving a trace.
If someone is shot or strangled, or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I've always aimed for a flawless investigation. There'd be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way to killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. Poison! She poisoned him! That's what it is!
If heaven forbid you doubt me, young man,
That's why she took the glass.
you're gonna have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question? On my honor, I, Takasuchi Achi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. This evidence. Okay, hang on. How can we... On the day of the murder, the victim had undergone dental treatment and been prohibited from drinking anything but water. We already examined this. Can I examine this? It's gotta be poison in that glass. Just trying to figure out how. Can't see his face, can't tell if he was foaming at the mouth or not. What's this right here? That's the vase with the flowers. Actually, let me go back and look at that. She didn't hide anything in there, huh? Some weird looking flowers. They look like gumdrops in the center. Okay. I don't think she stabbed him. There would have been blood. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Alright, I guess we're just going to have to keep pressing and see if we get anything else. Oops. Oh well. I'll press that later. What do you think, Renosuke? I don't know. I think there could be hard work. She can speak Japanese brilliantly. She doesn't seem to want to say very much. The more she says, the more she's likely to give away. This Englishwoman knows that only too well. She's quite formidable. Dr. Wilson's burn tells us something, I'm sure. We need to use the cross-examination to find out what. First things first, I'm going to press her on everything she said and try to make her blurt something out. Yeah. I need to do the first and last one. What is it, Cosmo? What are you thinking? Oh, don't worry. It's nothing. I feel like, you know what? If you have anything to say right now, you should say.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't have not noticed.
Do you think so? Let me ask you something.
Sorry?
Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly in those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open.
Oh no!
You can't not have noticed, can you?
Huh? What? How could she even see you? He's standing behind the bench.
Haha, what fun. You hadn't realized.
The dear lady's absolutely right.
As your friend, you embarrassed me as well as yourself, Renosuke.
Why didn't you tell me?
Yeah, what the heck? If you were a true friend, dude, you would have told us.
Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing?
Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Okay. Well, I can't.
Anyway,
Alright, let's go press the last thing real quick.
Yes!
Yep, I agree with you on that. Inferior, what do you mean by that?
in the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. Lock Cutter Valve's open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction,
Wait.
vital evidence may be lost.
No! This is just like Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton.
Doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene.
This happened literally in the crossover game with Professor Layton. Because they had multiple witnesses on the stand. Okay.
I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand.
Ah, killer blow.
The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. She's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Alchi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. He's dying over there over it. What do you think, Renosuke? I think it's terribly. No matter how much I'm pressing her, I'm not turning up any new info. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Renosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Oh, I was reading their lines backwards. Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. It might be present if it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on the last statement one more time. We think so, but this time, instead of targeting this woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Bright on her last statement again. Alright.
Yes!
Let's press it. Inferior, okay. Blah 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 blah.
Wait.
There we go. Did I do anything? Yeah. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Bright as her interpreter. Things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This court could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Bright, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with the D-pad, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue with A. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across, focus on the detective. Then pursue with him with A and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
Okay. No, there we go. They won't let me do it earlier. Okay. Now push A.
Excuse me!
Excuse me! Huh? Huh? What the? What's the meaning of this? He's dying over there. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you. You're a bit late for that! I hate it when he does that. Ah! He's really lost in his thoughts deeply. Looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. Hmm? The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Got you there. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Intimately involved in the case. I don't know where I got the on from. Inspector Hosonaga, yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Bright? What you got to say? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Her country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this for example. Is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. Why would you take that? And why would you have that on you? Yes, it lost all its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. Can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept a glass bottle of water as evidence. Alright, we need to take a look at that. Miss Brett? Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Wait, hang on. I gotta examine this real quick. Blah, blah, blah. Label's written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I'm asking. They go to France and ask. You could just say you don't know. What's in the bottle? Can't find anything out of place, so never mind. I'm pouring the water out. Is that not... Those carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle. Oh, it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You're going quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Okay.
Yes, it was that bottle.
What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel. You may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. The waiter brought my steak. The professor and I raised our glass in a toast. There's some other way a man's life can be taken out of the luck. Please do show me. There we go. It's got to be this part.
Yes!
Yeah, there we go. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Poison! Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? It's all starting to make sense now. That's some fast-acting poison. Order! Well, no, because, I don't know. It depends on when he drank it. On that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor, able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous! This is just a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now?
This is just like Dahlia Hawthorne. Literally. Just like the first case from the third game.
Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We were here to determine the truth. He looks so cool when he poses like that.
If I may.
I will silence you forever for this disgraceful...
Shut up!
It is you who should be silent.
Oh, of course. Dear lady!
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
I'm afraid I'm spoken unfairly before. Offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigate this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Just get her to drink it. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. It's not the bottle she put it in. It's the glass. She took his glass. Naturally, okay. I read that already. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. I could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? It's gotta be in the glass, because she drank from it too. She would have died. So, she couldn't have poisoned the bottle. The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! No! It's not over yet. I wish I could just tell them my thoughts. Just let me send it to them.
I'm very grateful to you, all you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
Yeah, but of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
You did nothing. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. Now here's the thing, though. Even if he was poisoned, where did the other gunshot come from? As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you excuse me now, I must really be leaving.
But you gotta go do a dance recital, Miss Swan? Oh. Hello. Hi.
Please wait.
Isn't that... What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikatoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Mikatoba? My darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. What's in there? No, not to be continued. I want to get to the bottom of this. I need to know who did it. I mean, we already know, but... It had to be like she poisoned the glass. Okay, let's get to it. 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court. Here we go. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom?
Ah, judicial assistant? And a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
Yes, I fully understand. I only ask for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency...
I am most grateful.
Give it to me, girl. Oh, hi. They're all just standing here. Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now.
What is it, a report about something? Written in English.
It's Giselle Brett's research.
Oh, the Englishwoman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper.
Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case?
I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of Curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? I've never heard that word before.
Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
There is too little time for me to read it in detail.
I wonder if she's in the thing yet. Let me see. Oh, hey, yeah, she is. Oh, hey, how old is she? 24. That makes sense. Oh, 16. Okay. Oh, she's his assistant. I thought. Okay, never mind. I didn't catch that.
I surmised what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it'll be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
This is wonderful. Thank you. Zoe's report has been entered into the court record.
Goodbye then, and good luck.
All right. You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. Wait, hang on. Screw her. I gotta read this. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of this region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Instant paralysis of the entire body, subsequent death, even in minute doses. The above mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its inability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. Oh, she put it in his mouth. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest calls... Well, she put it in the drink, but yeah. Full body paralysis must be found first or patients would die of suffocation. Wow. So, okay. And he did have his teeth removed, so there's the opening. He just had to drink it. Okay. I ask the prosecution and the defense now, one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present in the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Inosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett,
Yes, Your Excellency.
if you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time.
Too bad. Tea's canceled today. Forgive me, Miss Brett, it seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however, I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? How do you mess this up?
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University during research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
A poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? Toxin known as Curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to an instant death.
Objection!
What? What complete and utter nonsense? Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Curare before for one very simple reason. South America. It doesn't exist in our country. Doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police do for toxins, they'll never identify Carrere. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Got her. Order, order, order! Council, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Carrere has long been used by the tribe people of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it's produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And if it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers, it claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Carrere suffered instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett? Silent now, huh? Oh, shut up, dude!
Trumpery! These aspirations are utterly trumpery. To start with, the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison. He would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? All this because we found the burn. Mark, obviously I wouldn't have noticed a disturbance like that. Or I would have. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. Because it's like an anesthesia.
What do you mean the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that the Carrere was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. Full explanation is extremely unpleasant. Poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. Oh, this is terrible.
That's hideous!
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was sleeping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Carrere poison. And we're going to use that photograph to show she took the glass! You're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A Heathrow unknown poison for which there is no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense.
If I may.
All these facts? You think you're so clever, but you must be...
Shut up!
It is you who must be taught.
Oh, of course. Dear lady?
How many times is he gonna do that?
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What?
You steal another honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act.
We'll give you credit if that's what you want. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. Okay, I'm wondering though why she killed him. Maybe it's for the research itself. She went at like all his research. That really is a loathsome act, wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
Ha ha ha.
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
She's gonna drink it. Well, yes, I don't see... Oh, why not? She gonna drink it because she ain't scared. I mean, that's good to show them right then and there.
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
Sorry?
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers.
Can we see her face, please? Wait, what? What are you doing? It's not the bottle that was poisoned.
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair.
Oh, man. But that's because it's not that! Okay, sorry about that. In a while? Yeah, I'm just really interested in the game.
Goodness, whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
So, no cure? The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying?
Ha ha ha. You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course.
That's the simplest truth. The simplest truth is you lack a face. You lack eyes.
Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind.
Ugh.
Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make any sense. There has to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I'm either going with A, she doesn't have an open wound in her mouth like the professor did, or B, she put it in the glass and not the bottle. I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little far eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
There has to be poison in that bottle, doesn't there? There can't have been, because otherwise she would have kneeled over dead. Come on, Renosuke, we have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Renosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. Naivety astounds me. But sometimes it's in need of a good staining, till it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? That was a guileless ending to a promising line of inquiry. Oh. Oh, I was wrong. Okay, well then she doesn't have an... I thought it was in the glass, not the bottle. That's why she took the glass, because it had poison in it. Okay, whatever. Contains poison. The culprit did put Curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? There's no possible way the bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw.
Miss Brett drinking the water from it?
That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think.
I believe that complication can be explained.
How exactly?
I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well, if the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed? Because, hang on, I gotta read it real quick. The above mentioned effects occurs when the, there we go, yep.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation, no. After all, we don't speak English. The report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. What section of the report reveals the alleged answer to the riddle? Is it special characteristic? Hang on. Let me pull up the book and look. They're out of entry, right? Oh, special characteristics is at the top. Okay, my bad. Okay. Yeah, I was right. Just want to make sure. I've been hearing a lot about this Curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. No, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they'd be eating poison? Good gracious, counsel! No, that would be madness! But I actually found the answer to that conundrum. Research paper here. Or in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? What if she accidentally, bit her lip or something? See, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. And it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever.
What?
Miss Brett, you authored this research, you know Curare's special characteristics, and you knew that you can make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself.
You meddling little...
Oh, oh, look at that. It's alive. Morinosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it possibly...
So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
We're like the same age, so can you stop that? What are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish? Flaw?
As even your brain has managed to deduce, Curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus.
Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they?
So, this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk. The professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
But he had the wound.
That's right.
Good gracious.
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
Order! Order in the court! Order! The logic holds, if the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, the career poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial.
That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that.
I like how her mask is huge. What is this? Welling up inside me. What in the world's going on? You gotta go to the bathroom? I never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. More than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. What in the world?
Objection!
Ah, he said objection! Let's go! No more yesing! I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett.
How dare you use that tone with me?
You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison, you are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, you must provide compelling evidence. As we know now that the poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson have been killed by the courier? Because of the medical notes.
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. Fatal difference? The toxic effects of Curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example.
Ah!
Ah! Miss Brett, you have acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. Ah! So that's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. That's very clever. Is she laughing?
I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile.
What do you mean?
Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough.
What's she doing? What's she doing?
You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it.
No!
I mean, it could just slip.
She's gonna drop it. But we still have the glass. We still have the glass.
Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence that may have just been tragically destroyed.
No, no! What is it? What just happened? It's the Englishwoman. She just smashed that bottle. And in the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from the broken bottle as possible at once.
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet? Here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it would soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it.
But we got the glass. How could you? You won't get away with this.
You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was a poison in the bottle or not.
You.
And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel, for the prosecution?
Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady.
That's right, and really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is this little schoolboy.
No, you killed the victim that day using Curer. And then in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime.
What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly. As you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke, yes, we've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true, so if there's any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan in her head. So think back now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color? I don't know what they're getting at. Oh, okay. Something we couldn't figure out on our own. Is Cosmo right? There's another vibrant memory of this same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Well, I gotta say there's a clue. Actually, Cosmo, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Huh. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe that smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been nagging at me for a while that feels something amiss in my memories that day. Wherever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows that Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is the blood. It's actually the fork.
Take that!
Take that! Oh, he's saying take that now. Let's go. Inspector Hasanaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day?
Objection!
Wait a minute, where are you going with it?
Where are you going with this, little boy?
It's just a memory that's been troubling me.
What memory?
I saw the scene shown in the photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood.
What?
Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously that must have happened when you shot the professor.
No, that can't be the case. Because it's behind him. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Ah! Yes, the blood have made it onto the plate. It implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Also, I noticed this earlier and I just never pointed out. that Kazuma on his head armband's got the defense symbol. That's cool. Which means that the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Giselle Brett.
I beg your pardon?
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Does the court seriously expect to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
It's the inspector. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took its meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it.
You did what?
I took the steak that you've been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Do we see any blood? Oh, don't put your face in it. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you've ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there any blood on it?
Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector, the blood, man! Show the court! Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. It'd be dried, right? Well, it's a bit red at the bottom right. Like pinkish. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's... It's the other plate. He said he took the sergeant's too. I know, I saw it, I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate.
What an unbecoming expression, little boy.
We can look at the bite marks on the steak to see if that was the same steak or not. And if it's not, then that's not the same plate.
You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell.
That's racist.
I couldn't agree more in the case of the disgrace to the Empire.
I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial.
Let's hope so. Let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over.
Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly.
Wait, nope. Hang on. I want to see what this looks like. It's got a middle piece. Oh no, it looks the same. Oh shoot. Plate is okay. Hang on, let's examine it. It's the plate I saw. I thought I saw just a figment of my imagination. Hang on, let's take a look. Ah, yeah. I always check behind when it's never helps me. What? Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. The hallmark is from the Hoi era, I believe. This is the sergeant's steak then. He stole it. And so he presented the wrong plate. No, I don't mean what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoi Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that's been talk of a Hoi Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion and bullion. I don't think you ever will again. It's extraordinary, though. This means... Can I examine the coin itself? Certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoi era, too. That would make it really valuable. It's well marinated in the just juices as well, though. Look. What are you thinking of eating it? No. The next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's gonna be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. think you might have the wrong idea of the stick about this, Runosuke. Koban coin underneath this stake. There's only one logical explanation. Alright. This is it now. I've lost. Runosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking for it, no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? The bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Yep. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that revealed a shocking truth.
Attention!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak.
Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I would not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
Oh, shut up, lady. Sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it?
Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? It's under the steak!
Got it!
What? Oh, come on! No, counsel, I'm afraid that won't do. That was ambiguous at best. When you actually identify a detail like this, you must... Okay, that's not fair! That don't count. There's only one thing to do. Turn the steak over and over until I find... Okay. Well, where do they want me to, like... Maybe try that then? I can't find anything out of place. Oh! Okay, so I was supposed to... So what I did is, the first time I just present it. I was supposed to lift up the steak and then present. Oh, that's stupid! Because I already, like, examined it, and the evidence, the court record, whatever. That mess up don't count, in my book. What in the world is this? I think it's... Okay, we already saw this. They're really having us do this again? It's kind of stupid. Okay. Did they, like, not expect the player to, like, examine the evidence as soon as they got it? Because they kind of, like, been teaching you the whole case to do that. Okay. Well, here's the coin. Good gracious, that's... A Koban?
What on earth?
Hoy heroin at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Attention!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in the moment of distraction.
Attention!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoy Koban just happens to be underneath that piece of steak. Give it to Yoda, it's his. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right away. He's right, it can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoy Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Attention!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyways.
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant.
Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what's it doing under that stake. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... Yoda!
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute Kiryu Korekuda-san.
Kiyuri, as in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable.
Yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. Exactly the moment the gun was fired. The sergeant took it, and the inspector did say that he took the sergeant's food as well. So this is all making sense. So this is the wrong plate of food, and you're wasting my time!
The gunshot interests me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure.
Indeed, the Hoi Kora era Koban, my prize coin.
Then this Hoi era Koban, do you mean to tell me? Well, it's probably not it's probably the baby that took it.
No, please, why would Korekuda-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korekuda-san back to the witness stand so we could ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Jeez! This is so long! Without a moment's delay. Every time I think it's gonna end, like we already got the lady, we know everything. Can't believe we've come back round to that pair again. I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. Good lord. This is incredible. What's this all about? Why have I been caught up here again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly's empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Exploded by the police we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop's owner's existence.
Be that as it may, Korekuda-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever seen this?
Oh my gosh.
That's what you do with the knife. You almost stabbed the baby.
Yes, that's it. That's the one. The very exact one that is. The resplendent, splendiferous Hoi treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be.
As I thought.
Young man. Enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices.
So sandwiched? So soaking? So seriously?
Clearly it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody concealed my Hoi treasure between a slab of meat. And a metal plate? Who would dare do such a thing? Such a unconscionable thing.
Excuse me, could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. The sergeant's a thief!
Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
Well, Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting these the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. Seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korkuta-san's Koban is all too clear.
What? What?
I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel? It's the sergeant.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Ayesa Noza. What? How? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, Amara. You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Aido. Aido was the mastermind behind all the baby. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. This is insane. Oh, is it the baby gonna start talking? What is this, like freaking Ratatouille? You can control him with the mustache? Clippity cloppity, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop. Ah! Oh, there goes his back. Oh. Nippon Imperial Army. Sergeant Ayesa Nosa preparing to stand down in Supreme Court, sir. I honestly, for a half second, thought the baby was gonna start talking. Do any of you know the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place. And I've heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes? All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you're stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heavy with money. Every 3 days I go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Looks like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man in his Koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark guy. Slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all.
A veritable phantom thief you are.
I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Your son took it. Oh, okay. That's when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found my coin in the pocket, I'd be finished. I do too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. But then the waiter would have picked it up and brought it in the kitchen. This is ridiculous.
Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time.
Okay. Well, Miss Brett.
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all.
What? No, we still gotta worry about the murder.
May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency.
Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It certainly appeared to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder.
Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
Nonsense, is it? Well, oof.
And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Very well, now all the questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered. I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone.
Wait, no! This all prove that we just grabbed the wrong steak.
And good day.
Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... Something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly... Something she said jarred with me. I felt like there was a contradiction in there. What she said farewell? Hang on. Good luck, everyone, and good day. Yeah, I don't know. Unless he means like everything she was saying before she left. That's the case, and don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett.
What is it now?
I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words for just a few moments ago.
What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork? It's beyond nonsense, it's pure madness.
Oh. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory. Where is the evidence to prove it? Would it be the crime scene photo, or would it be the steak? That's the thing I don't know. Let me look at this. Yeah, those are bite marks. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, you can see that's all cut. Okay, I don't know which one I would need to present. Ball of carbonated water and steak. Lunch can be seen on the victim's table. Oh, you know, I'm just gonna put this because she's talking about how bite mark. Okay, I'm gonna present
Take
that.
that!
The steak that Miss Brett has been eating before the professor was killed? Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting it into it without using a fork and knife.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
And take a good look at this steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Ah! Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravagingly hungry. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady.
As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course, this will all be over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place.
I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacle samurai relic.
Of course, dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers, or your swan's feathers? Clearly the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the stake have for her. Yunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? That the stupid inspector has just led us on a stupid scavenger hunt over here, realizing he grabbed the wrong tray. Alas, it's all come together. Oh, well, okay. I'm assuming that maybe she swapped the stakes. I don't know. But here's the thing. Either she swapped the stakes or the inspector literally said he picked up this stake. He picked up well, if this was her stake. He picked up her stake. He picked up the sergeant's stake. He literally said that. This is the sergeant's stake. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept these teeth marks in the stake are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. What exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe these barbaric teeth marks in the stake here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. It's very rude to say shut up.
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase typical Japanese empty threats?
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago.
Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been what?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
This is absurd! The trial's run several hours already, and you're saying there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Yeah, I don't have it. I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. If that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, we'll solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well, I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will... It's the inspector.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous! No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this stake with the teeth marks. Yes? Now earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak, as well as admitting to stealing Kurokuda-san's coin, as he told us that he slipped it under the steak. Yeah, you watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the stake that you put the coin under, in fact, your own stake? Tin-shun! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me panhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the stake that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. I love how, like, everything's just coming together.
That makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table.
They were swapped. But the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I didn't steal it. She would suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest. But the sergeant switched the two stakes over. You did switch the plates?
Well, after it happened, that's kind of like, if he did, like, that's like risky, like, he swapped it right near the dead body. When I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced that he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my stake with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Ah, unbelievable!
About to send some people to the 1800s jail, boy. No, back then it's Australia. Whoa, whoa, Spagoo, you're gonna have all of Australia after you. How's it going, dude? Just a fair warning, if you're interested in this game, we are nearing the end of the first case, so spoilers ahead. However, fear not, Prosecutor-san.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir.
All you did, that's plenty, Sergeant.
It's a historical fact. Oh, really? Okay, I thought you were just saying Australia was a terrible place. It had to be like jail. I gotcha. So if Sergeant Osa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hasanaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both.
Ah!
Mm-hmm. That's correct. Then please, present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
What could that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? It can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
Just need the blood stain, lady. No, you're not wiggling your way out of it this time, lady.
I beg your pardon?
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no?
Huh. You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm that the defendants remember seeing.
Thinks he remembers.
I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. Now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beef steak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. And wipe that blood away. Yes, sir. This is getting good. Sorry for keeping you. There's the blood! Oop, there it is. Here's the other steak in its plate. Please feel free to examine it. Man, I can't believe the last like 20 minutes were such a waste of time. It's clearly visible, look.
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim.
Ah!
It can't be.
In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is.
Ah! Ah!
That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you. There we go, we finally got her. Oh no, your swan died.
Outdone by a Japanese...
Again, this racism has to end, lady.
Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no!
Oh, the swan wants to be released. He's like, I'm tired of being a hat. Oh, you had other birds in there? Ah. She was about to take off. Oh my gosh, she is taking off. What's with the music? She's going to heaven or something? Oh, look at all the little birds. Look at all the little chicks. Oh, they're even up there. Oh, he wants your water.
Please excuse my little outbursts. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me.
Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency.
Well, where did the gun go? How does she hide it? That never, like, came up.
It was I who took the professor's life using Carrere. As you surmise, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
He planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water, because Carrere is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, then it would be all over. I placed the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table.
Oh, that would be me, I suppose?
Yes, you. Who else?
Such a trifling matter.
But the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan at the spur of the moment.
Plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on the innocent man.
I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use the fact to my advantage.
Oh, okay, that's where the other gun came from.
I had the bottle of Carrere in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
Yeah, no one would look there.
Under your skirt?
So I was right, there were two guns.
Yes,
And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. A place where you were sure that I would notice it.
and everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then just as you bent down to pick it up,
Bang. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun? Even though at that point, he was already dead.
naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
Obviously, I assumed Narahara-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around.
Because, of course, you need to make it look like the defendant has shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. I like how he, like, stood aside now, the inspector.
So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor.
Misdemeanor? My boy, that's a felony!
Your Excellency,
Yes?
I wonder, might I speak with you in private later?
No, don't trust this lady, she gonna kill you. I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me. Narahara-san.
Wait, she gonna get away? Wait, could she not be tried because she's not from Japan or something? So that's kind of like messed up. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be! Takasuchi Aoji does not lose! Not to the likes of this rookie student!
You better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ah! Ryunosuke Naruhodo!
Yes.
This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten!
You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Oh, shoot! You cut his hair! That was funny. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it's only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world, but the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits. But what will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi? Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. Mission? I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo? Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. And I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Does this go down in Japan? Yes. We're in Japan right now. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Do I get confetti too? Oh, it's petals. That's cute. I like that. Oh, that's cool. Alright, we did it. This court is now adjourned. Awesome. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Right on the victory music. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. You're one of the 1% in Japan who doesn't get convicted. Woohoo! I think I'm gonna win the lottery next. Well, I wouldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Oh, it's a girl. I thought it'd be the dad.
Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know.
Oh no, I didn't do anything.
Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out.
Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Your father? Ah, yes, of course. And here I was, like, calling him a shady man at the very beginning. Whoops! I'm sorry about that! Speaking of Mikotoba... Oh, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Now it's gotta be the dad, right? Yeah. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Well, thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, the efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yeah, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Don't tell me she got away with it. Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? She go and kill someone there now? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country, I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Is that her? Oh no. Inspector Hosonaga. There's a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today, very impressive to watch. I must congratulate. But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? Oh, this is screwed up. We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try. Is this part of the agreement with Britain? But then, who's going to bring her to justice? The British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the Friendship Treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. And so long as this is not a serious incident of highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Can't they? Yeah, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There's never any danger of comeuppance for her. That's screwed up as heck! I don't believe it. British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're actually taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. It's all going to change from now on. We can't make it change. Or, I mean, we can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. I still don't know why she killed him, though. But Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? Yes, because that's the best place to celebrate at right now. As head raider, I should be delighted to provide you with an ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Yeah, plus I don't want you coughing in my food, so yeah, I think I'm a pass on eating there. Let's not worry about the details for now. To La Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none.
I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release.
Oh yes, thank you. So, Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? Just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all on your work, own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? Defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what you believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. Being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your own client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. Whew, such a long trial. There's something else I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Sounds serious, what is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. Arrange some rickshaws for us, let's go. Thank you, we'll be right there. Let's pick this conversation up again. Like, no, he gonna get killed. He gonna get killed. He's getting the Mia treatment, ain't he? You should be celebrating right now your very first court victory. In your study to Great Britain, don't forget. Oh, he's gonna get killed! Ah, yes, that too. Oh, I hope not. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Susato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still, he coughed on stuff. Give him that. It's because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. More importantly, Kazuma, oops, sorry, hang on. Accidentally skipped through that. Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. No! Something's gonna happen. Awarded. Yes. Save my progress. Oh boy. That was a long trial. The Avenger of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Oh, guess we'll see that on the next one, huh?